Hello and welcome everyone, my name is Alexander, also known as Xander, and today I'll continue on my ongoing playthrough of a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with veteran included. I intend to play this character as a Conjurer, combination between Occultist and Shaman, and my main means of dealing damage is, for now, Sigil of Consumption, as well as my main type of damage is Vitality damage. Right now I'm on the Act 2 of this game, and let's not waste that much time and go straight to completing the content. So, if you are clicking on my video because you find out about the... because you have watched also the video called Grim Dawn Tips and Tricks, welcome nonetheless, or you can check out the other parts of this character playthrough on my channel, as well as my Death Knight playthrough, which I were doing previously. They can be found either on Twitch, on my Twitch channel, on video on demand section, or on my YouTube channel. If you recall, if you're one of those who had watched previously, I already had Conjurer, but I died because of a shotgun effect from shards in the Hargate's laboratory from its final boss, so I do right now think about splitting up the completion of this content in a way that will allow me to first of all complete the main areas as well as side content, and only after it I'll go with some of those faction quest stuff, as well as roguelike dungeons, so on and so forth, and hidden path questlines. So that's the plan. How it will unravel eventually, we shall see. The one huge benefit when compared to Bloody Pox when talking about Sigil of Consumption is the fact that it heals you for a lot of HP back. And also you can stack them sigils at one at the top of another sigil. So the healing effect doubles as well as your damage, so keep this in mind. So let's go straight for the Elder guy. And then let's go to the mines. Yeah, but basically same gameplay mechanic applies. You just use the sigil and then run to do the other stuff. No need to stay unless it's you want to clear big groups of monsters and there's a boss in it or elite. Otherwise, just run to the next area. So as you can see, I can just stand and sigil regenerates my HP. It regenerates not because I create sigil, but when sigil does damage, it converts some of its damage to life. To be precisely, 30% of attack damage converts to your HP. Alright, an elite should be more careful around those guys. But I guess two sigils should seal the deal. Or 3 sigils. I do not even have anything attached to the left mouse button in terms of attack. Yeah, I assume doing the same thing against later on most difficult bosses will not work, but later on you'll have even more abilities that you can use at your disposal. And once again, they'll still do damage and heal you. So this is why I decided to play as a Conjurer, because it's one of the beginner-friendly classes, and practically every ability that he uses heals him in one way or another. Let's see if I can find any more elites. If not, let's go straight to exit from this cave. There is an elite. Let's use the Curse of Frailty on it, and then stand and stack on top of him those sigils. Also, in case you have any questions regarding the game aspect, or just general questions about the game or character nuances, you can definitely ask them in chat. I'll do my best to answer them. I do need to blow up the barricade and then get back to this guy. Not gonna visit those bandits. Also, do keep in mind that I applied with this character mandate that increases by my reputation gains with friendly factions by 150%. I'll show it to you what I mean by those pluses. Yep, bonus reputation here and here. I practically had them prepared and bought by my Death Knight character. So whenever I had a chance from the early act to access in town and use them, I will do it. Right, so I am going to go from one quest area or boss area to secondary quest area and to Devotion Shrine. So to save some more time of running back and forth. If you are a beginner, I do not recommend using this method. However, if you already complete this game several times, you'll know where one thing or another lies. You can safely do this stuff. Alright, let's go actually straight for the queen. This passage is blocked, I need to go from the bottom. Also, those twin fangs which I have attached from the Bat constellation, as you can see right here, I decided to put them right onto the sigil itself. And yes, for this character in particular, I am using a template, so to speak, so how my character will look like at level 100. I usually upload the Grim Tools link so that you can see it for yourself, how the things will unravel in the future. I do need to be careful of her bombs, which she has the ability to create. Other than that, I should be good to go as long as I stack those sigils up and do the Curse of Frailty on her from time to time. Yep. So now that she's dead, let's clear the rest of this cave, or at least search for anything hidden, and then let's get straight to the main and secondary quests. So once again, I will complete even the optional stuff, well, most of it, but a little bit later. I'm talking more about the faction quests as well as hidden pet quest line. So to avoid those unfortunate game mechanics like getting shotgunned by several shards from monsters, so on and so forth. Also, when it comes to what constellation I am leveling right now, I am leveling the Sailor's Guide, and then I'll go for Jackal just for the opportunity to start working towards Wendigo constellation, which also will give me even more attack damage conversion to health. I don't have dynamite, or no, I have dynamite, so I can go straight for the optional area around here, and also quickly do the quest while I can. So there will be a point where I'm going to level up the skills that I am not familiar that much. So I will going to comment on them. I mean, what are the drawbacks, advantages, disadvantages when fighting against regular monsters, elites, bosses, so on and so forth. So this is from my opinion is very beneficial, especially for those of you who are new to this game or and thinking about leveling with certain skill order, or just want to hear about what are the drawbacks and benefits by using one skill or another. Oh, and also I can straight tell you this, what I have learned. Remember when I was playing Death Knight, I was talking about how every physical, especially internal trauma characters are vulnerable to reflective guys with the Soras. When it comes to vitality damage dealers, they do not care at all about the reflective auras. Not on ultimate, not on veteran, not on elite difficulty. Because they do not have a lot of physical damage that are attached to it. This means you can safely spam your abilities on those pesky archmages later on, or on every elite guy with a thorn aura attached to it. Also, this rat is actually more dangerous than the whole pack that's shooting right there. So this is why I am, how should I put it, paying extra attention to this rat every time I approach this guy rather than this shooter himself. Oh, and one more thing that's important. I am using a mod called Grim Internals, which allows me to highlight the HP of my character with this bar, as well as HP of monsters, bosses, elites, so on and so forth. It also allows me to also pick up components, lore notes, rare items, but the main benefits for me to use this mod is to see how exactly my character is hit by, how much my character is suffering from one type of damage or the other, so that I can work around my weak points, improve them, and turn them into strong points easier. You can definitely play this game even without this mod, but it just in general improves some of those game aspects that, especially for a beginner, could be difficult to understand right on the surface of this game. Alright, so I killed this elite, Actually, I should have went back and pick up a free dynamite. That was a mistake. Do not forget that each time you log in and either you are farming reputation against Cronley faction or just searching for a particular item, you will have your free dynamite in this cave. Either from those Cronley gang guys or laying around here. Or one of it laying around here. Oh, and while I'm talking about the subject, so the thing that you have to collect from earlier stages of the game. One of them being ether shards, those little crystals that you collect by destroying those ether clusters. They are super important, especially on ultimate difficulty. Same thing goes with Tonic Seal of Binding. My recommendation is to not waste them, unless you have to craft a resistance component or a relic, which will improve your main damage that you are using. Otherwise, stack them, store them, and because, like I said, at ultimate difficulty, you're going to need a lot of them to craft a high level resistance component. Right, let's kill this guy. High level resistance components as well as mythical relic, especially like mythical relic. I cannot even tell you from how much it will drain from you when in terms of those components to craft this sort of stuff, especially for like mythical relic level 90. To put things into perspective, I was doing the 4-hour stream run, and most of my components that I have gathered, those ether shards, seals, so on and so forth, went straight, practically like 90% of it went straight into mythical relic called Doom. So this is what I was talking about when I'm trying to explain about those resources, why they are important. So let's actually go to this camp and pick up some quests.
Keep your weapon.
And this quest as well. Alright, so I do need to kill this troll. I do not think that I can withstand his two-handed swing. Other than that, his other form of attack is actually not that dangerous. When it comes to my attribute points, what I am leveling mostly physique. I put some points into spirit. Yeah, I can withstand his blow, and heal back quickly. But I'd rather not get hit by it. So now let's destroy the rest of those forges. And once again, when I'm going to talk about things in perspective and compare them one to another, I mean, Sigil, 30% of attack damage converted to health, as well as 29% right now of attack damage converted to health from Twin Fangs with level 5. Ghoulish Hunger, which was used by my Death Knight character, 40% damage converted to health. I mean, at the level 25, I assume it was like 45 or higher, but it only procs at 45% health. So, and remind you, this is just one skill. I am going to utilize also the shaman skills such as Devouring Swarm, which once again gives life leech ability attached to it. Wendigo Totem, which heals you, especially with the Blood Pact, as well as Storm Totem with the Corrupted Storm. Oh, and also Bloody Pox, how can I forget about this? It's just that right now I'm not using it, because it seems like things with Sigil dying a lot more faster than with Bloody Pox. Yeah, it does not have the same AoE range, but when it comes to damage and mana cost, in my opinion, Sigil outperforms Pox ability. Also, I shouldn't... Well, I, for now, got used to playing as a Death Knight and run there in order for a Force Wave to hit those targets, but with the Conjurer, you can just stay on one place and do the same thing. You're not going to run there. Yep, like you just see right now. You can cast this ability straight from the ground. Alright, let's continue to run. This quest progression with the dynamite is actually for the Devil's Crossing quest, one of the optional ones. I want to collect some more dynamite and only then to complete this quest. Wait, did I miss a forge there? I think I did. Because one of them was there, the other is here. Oh, never mind, I can destroy 2 forges. I usually destroy those forges, 3 of them, before I cross this bridge, so this is why I was a bit confused, like, why haven't I completed this quest yet? Usually from those boxes a dynamite can drop, but if not, just continue to run forward. Oh, this guy, so... Still, I do not know what are the chances of him appearing instead of a shield guy. I mean, how should I put it? What factors play into this guy appearing instead of a guy with the shield? Perhaps it's just for variety purposes. So, let's check the left area quickly. Actually, no, I destroyed 3 forges. Let's continue to move forward. Also, I can comment a little bit more about Curse of Frailty. So this is one of my crowd control ability, which also reduces defensive ability of monsters, which by default makes them take even more damage. As well as it reduces monsters' movement speed. So, to keep them at bay, because like I said, one thing that Sigil lacks in my opinion is the... I mean, it's not gathering monsters close to it, if you know what I mean. So you still have to either lure them to the Sigil which you created, or gather them around its borders. Let's open up this area. And then let's go straight to this shrine. And also, believe it or not, I actually found a character that can remove Cronley's shield. I mean, skills, a particular skill from one of the classes that can remove Cronley's shield, and it was a Mystic, although I'm not playing him right now, but still, it's good to know that such character exists. Let's put yet another point into Sailor's Guides, only one left. And then I'll switch to Jackal. And also this area, especially on ultimate difficulty, gives you a lot of free dynamite in it. Also it gives you the opportunity to level up your infamy or negative reputation with the Cronley's Gang. This is yet another boss of this place. Let's stack those sigils once again on top of him. And then just wait while those sigils are doing all of the work. I wonder why he threw this mine right now. He hit me, but before he threw this mine way off the target. Oh, yet another elite. Cool. Yeah, like, dual wielders or not, they are dying very quickly. Oh, one thing I should add is talking about those game mechanics. So, as far as I understood, vitality damage deals... Vitality damage actually attacks the monsters. The more HP they have, the greater damage, first of all, you'll do. And also, well, not taking into account your increase of damage percentage. It's just that normal difficulty, monsters do not have that high of an HP pool, but on later difficulties, you'll definitely see difference between it. It's just one thing to keep in mind. Yep, so I am going to fight against this Direni guy. I just checked this quote-unquote crossroad to see whether or not I had missed an elite.
What do you want?
I can just straight attack this guy and only move from his ethereal clusters that he creates. Other than that, I should be good to go. Just reapply Curse of Frailty on him from time to time. Yeah, like the thing that I'm doing right now, I definitely will not be able to do later, but if now it works, if it works now, then why not do it? Now I'll head straight to Cronley. Oh, yet another elite. He didn't like the fact that he was staying in my sigil, so this is why he ran straight from its effect. Actually, that's the first time when I see an elite with the ability to put a mortar on the ground. I actually never seen throughout the whole 3 difficulties up till level 100 that included that someone has the ability to put a mortar and it began to shot at my character. Let's gather them in a bigger group. And let's check also the bottom areas. Yeah, honored with Devil Crossing right now doesn't mean a whole that big of a difference, because whether you are respected or honored with them, you'll have to be at level 35 or 40, I believe, to wear their equipment. So it's just a benefit that you are honored with them, but it will not give you anything right now. Alright, so let's deal with you. Yeah, he casted on himself this shield. And he put a lot of ether fire on the ground, so I do need to move away. Yeah, it's not like he's doing that much damage, it's just it's not him that I'm worried. I'm worried more about his ether fire. Because I do not have a lot of ether resistance right now. Alright, let's start reapplying those sigils, this Curse of Frailty thing on him. He will definitely utilize his shield third time. Or not. Nope, he did it. Yeah, sadly, when his shield is up, it seems like I cannot heal from him. Alright, right now I can, so let's stack the sigil once again. Yep. He's done with. I can carry any more items. Got it. So I need to go back and sell some stuff. You are not the vendor, you are the guy that I'm looking to sell. Scepter. With vitality damage. Yeah, cause mine doesn't have any bonuses towards vitality damage right now. Has way less armor, this ether damage. Gives a lot of elemental resistances. So should I put it instead this slit primal ring thing? Actually, I'm lacking some poison and acid, so instead of Markov Traveler, I think I'll put the anti-venom self on it. Yeah, like this belt also. Just trade 1+1 skills to occultist even right now. Interesting. Fine, I'll wear it for now. I do know that it's not the best amulet, but still, at this point, having +1 to all skills helps. Those are same gloves practically. This I'll also change. What else? Pierce, acid, fire, lightning. I can sell this blueprint. I already know how to craft this. Alright, so now let's reapply those components to my new armor by clicking the item of keeping add-on. And I do need to change my relic for the torment instead of equilibrium. Keep this add-on as well. My bleeding resistance. Oh, I silk swatch, yeah. And also this stuff. Let's complete your quest.
There you are. Nearly a century ago, a man named
Yeah, so he gives me the quest to go to Hargate Island. I'm not going to do it right now. Because I do not want to die yet again from a shotgun effect from a boss. So a relic and an anti-venom self. For level 25, this one. Instead of equilibrium. Complete this quest. Where was I? Oh yeah, one thing here and last two. Keeping item, and let's apply this instead. I should also put something into my medal.
Come, friend, right to business. Nobody.
Accept his quest. So I think I'll put the ether. Let me show it to you. I have it here. Not the redstone, but the ether soul. Just to have more ether resistances right now. Because with chaos resistances, first I'll gather them from the occultist ultimate exclusive skill, which is called possession. Alright, so I do need to go here and complete some more quests before I'll continue. Alright, so done with them, done with Devil's Crossing for now. Let's go further. Onto the Arkovian Undercity. Anything with vitality damage? Hopefully not, nope. And you see, I already got like more than half of a level just by completing those quests. This red force wave that you see, this is a proc from my newly crafted relic, which, believe it or not, is also have the ability to regenerate a portion of your life back. So, like I said, it's a living healing machine, basically. I mean, you can definitely say that one of the drawbacks of this character is that I have to either farm a Shattered Realm set on Ultimate, or I need to farm a Dark One set, yet still on Ultimate. So, unlike Death Knight, which has the capability of doing the same thing on Elite, and if you remember, I had done it, I farmed the whole of the Creek set on Elite. This guy has to do it on Ultimate. Alright, I'll give you the bits, and then I'll tell you about the prison. Now let's go where the wasps are. As of right now, I do not have that high of a tankiness, sturdiness, so I could get hit from time to time, but exclusive skill from Occultist will make things a little bit different, a bit more safer. Oh, and also one quality of life changes is that, unlike Bloody Pox, Sigil actually destroys the interactable objects. Minor nuances, but still worth to mention them. Yeah, if you are planning to skip some monsters, please do not skip elite ones. You can skip the lesser creatures, but if you see an elite here or there, just stop and get rid of them. Especially in this area, where there are a lot of those elites roaming around. So, same deal here, 2 points here, and 1 into physique. Alright, what about you guys? Oh, here I'll go straight to the bottom area to kill yet another boss. To be more specific, is this Hive Matriarch. Yeah, you can definitely see whether or not your Curse of Frailty has gone. I mean, for now, I do not know how things will unravel later on when you'll have a lot of skills at your disposal, but for now, you'll have this circle right on top of the name of either elite or a boss. So this makes a little bit easier for you to track whether or not you debuffed a target, and then work from there. This area shouldn't also include a Exalted Sash. Oops, this is the one. So other than this, I need to collect some hidden spoils. at the open area and activate yet another shrine, as well as accepting quests to Arkovian Undercity. But at this point, if you are experienced, then you know what to do. If you are a beginner, then I highly recommend to fully explore and not skip all of those areas, just to get yourself familiar with your surroundings, and also to memorize some of those things that I was talking about, so that later on your second difficulty and on third difficulty, you'll have an easier time of navigating throughout the areas that you visit. I thought that I can destroy it right now. Sadly, I cannot. This means I'll go to the hidden spoils areas as soon as those skeletons will allow me to pass through them. This is yet another optional quest which you can begin either in this area or at the Arkovian Undercity later on. Right, let's go further. To get to hidden spoils, you need to run through here. Also, by the looks of it, each point that I'm leveling, putting into the Curse of Frailty, increases not only its meter, its radius, but also the resistance reduction. Sadly, I need to, if I am going to increase it even further, especially my vitality resistance, I need to put points into vulnerability. So let's head straight to Desecrated Shrine. I also like the quote from more experienced players. I mean, how they analyze this Conjurer gameplay. So basically, they are telling, so as long as you attacking with something, you are living. If you are not attacking, you are not regenerating your HP, and this means also that you are not surviving or outlasting the combat or fight that you are currently in. Right, so after this one, I'll go for Jackal. Oh, I should go back and deal with an elite right there. Actually, there's two of them. Yeah, this guy of the Damned is definitely the more dangerous one, and I should have killed the priest, because he heals both of them. Unfortunate. Yet, the fault is mine. Also, when talking about the resistance reduction, this character is more than covered. I mean, he will have resistance reduction from his Curse of Frailty, also from his... Let's check whether or not an elite can be located. Also, he has resistance reduction from Devouring Swarm, and then from Constellations, so he'll not going to lack it at the later stages of the game. Come on, let me pass. It's just that there are some characters whose resistance reduction is hard to get at the earliest stages of the campaign. Not with this guy. And also I should not miss here the... since I do... oh, never mind, I do not have a dynamite. I was talking about not missing the treasure trove. But sadly, I do not have a dynamite with me, so... this means even if I'll find it, I'll not be able to open it. Do not forget that in this area you're going to complete not one but two quests. I mean, not in the first floor, because this area contains 3 floors. In the first floor you're going to complete your quest by collecting those forgotten passages. Notes. Hopefully there is... alright, I need to get rid of the priest, because if he heals a boss, this will be very unfortunate. Alright, he didn't heal him, so let's continue, just reapplying and stacking those seals. As well as using Curse of Frailty on him. And once again, you are not... how should I put it? You are not changing... by using those Sigil of Consumption and recasting it on top of the other sigil, you are not changing its effects to the starting point, if you know what I mean. So you are not reapplying the debuff, you're stacking them. So keep this thing in mind. This means it's actually very beneficial if you are going to do sigil spam. Once again, I do need to get rid of the priest guy. Yep. And then focus fully my attention to this skeleton monstrosity. Oh, I did have a dynamite. Where? Interesting. I thought I did. I thought that, to be honest, I thought I didn't have it. Yeah, like those things happen, sadly. And also, welcome to the stream, Lil Piggy Dota. I mean, when it comes to the hardcore and what can you die from, especially with your case, it's still an unfortunate thing, unfortunate outcome. I'll put 1 point to possession, so to start utilizing it. I mean, to be honest, when I ripped my first Death Knight, when I tried to explore the room where the final boss is in the Ashes of Melmoth DLC, curiosity got the better part of me. I died on Ether Ground, so can you imagine how, like, I defeated the... this was like this time, I mean, that time was the first time when I got through the first DLC, and I was so excited to continue to the second DLC, and I hoped that I will find something in there behind the boss area. And the only thing that I found there was death of my character, my first Death Knight character. And then when talking about my Conjurer character, so you are aware of the quest where you had to go to Hargate Island and find the slits. Not the documents, the lore notes discussing the slit origin, so on and so forth. And there's a boss back there who has the ability to create this, to throw at you those frozen crystals which explodes in 360 degrees with those shards. And I wasn't aware that if you stand too close to this explosion, you can get hit by several of those shards instantaneously, and no matter how much resistances you'll have, you're probably going to die from it. Alright, so I have picked this thing. Let's read it, just to get a bunch of experience from it. And let's head into second floor. You can have some parts of extra lore notes that are laying on those stone pillars, so if you have the opportunity, especially at the normal difficulty, use it. Like I said, every lore note is your free experience points, whether you already thoroughly researched everything that is connected with the story of this game or not. It's still worth it to pick them up and use them at normal difficulty. When it comes to Elite and Ultimate difficulty, it's not that big of a deal in my opinion, but in normal difficulty, sure, why not use your opportunity to just right-click on the thing and gain a bunch of experience from it. Let's clear those priests first from this room, and then let's focus on the boss itself. Yeah, like I was mentioning, the healing capabilities of this character, which I am going to level up, is insane in my opinion. I mean, just one sigil heals you a ton, and you'll definitely have many more skills that will do the same, as well as some of your constellation, active constellation procs. So in that regard, in my opinion, for now, Conjurer outperforms Death Knight. I mean, physical Death Knight. I'm not talking about the bleeding Death Knight or vitality damage Death Knight. I'm talking right now more about physical Death Knight. Now let's head on to the next boss of this floor, and also to yet another hidden spoil chest. I should destroy this wall. Also, I have leveled 1 point into Occultist exclusive skill possession, which by default grants you a good improvement towards your vitality damage, which I am using right now as my main offensive source, as well as it gives you 100% skill disruption protection, so that means whenever you're casting something you cannot be silenced, quote unquote. But most importantly, it also gives you resistances to physical damage as well as chaos damage. I need to kill this priest. Yeah, you'll hear this I can't carry anymore sound from time to time, simply because my auto-picking option with the Grim Internals hasn't been turned off, so each time my inventory has going to fill up, you'll hear the sounds when I'm trying to approach rare item that I cannot carry any more items or my inventory is full. So yeah, that means I need to go to town and sell some stuff. Fine.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Only looking for vitality damage. Level 30. I could save those pants till level 30, and if I'm not if I'm not going to find anything better, then I'll equip them. Although it also gives the acid damage, it has vitality damage and decay on it. Bonus to pets, so this I'm selling them. A better armor. Cool, let's equip it. I need to remove Silk Squatch from my previous armor. I'll going to look for a better helmet. Also, like a good rule of thumb is, even if you are playing caster character, try to always look for items that are not clothed armor on it. I mean, heavy plating or chainmail. Why? Because having overall a higher amount of armor on your equipment is going to boost your defenses. So, I mean, it's not like, let's say if I'm going to eventually find same boots, but they have cloth armor on them, like the one that I had sold, I believe. Not this one. Somewhere around here. Right, so one of those boots had less armor, 117 instead of 150. So it, to me, doesn't make a whole lot of sense, even if you're playing as a mage guy, to equip the cloth armor instead of a heavy armor. Alright, let's reapply Silk's Watch to my new armor. Yeah, like you see, one lore node, one click, plus 100, 800, excuse me, 75 experience. Sure, let's put this item here for now. And let's continue with the dungeon exploration. So this is what I was talking about when explaining that there is yet another hidden spoils behind this destructible wall. And also I will explain like what has influenced me when it comes to my reason why I decided to go with the Conjurer class. So when my Death Knight has died, my level 100 Death Knight, I was started to research for a beginner-friendly class, which is capable of full clearing the content of this game with self-found gear, self-crafted gear only. That's the one thing. The other thing that I was looking for is a character that has the capability of target farming specific set. And let me make things clear. So what I mean by target farming specific set. So you remember when I was playing Death Knight, I was farming Krieg set in certain areas from certain bosses. So I was looking for a character that can do the same. And there were several options right there. One of them being actually a Templar, but why I decided not to go with the Templar, it's a combination between Old Keeper and Mystic, because of the fact that Templar requires to, one of his gear for ultimate requires you to go into Port Walbury and farm the stuff, and you know, I'd rather not go in anywhere near to Port Walbury if possible. I was joking when I was leveling that night. I mean, imagine if a class exists that have to farm equipment in Port Walbury. I am not going to. If this class exists, I'm not going to envy this character. And it turns out that in this game, those classes exist, and even thinking about going back and forward in this roguelike dungeon, which, by the way, I am considering this dungeon to be one of the hardest one. That includes the DLCs one. I mean, not one of the hardest, it's actually the hardest dungeon in my opinion. Subjective opinion, yeah, I know, but still. So, immediately I was discouraged to create a Templar, just for this fact alone. And then I was started to look at the Conjurer and the benefits. Yes, he has the drawbacks, one of them being that his farmable set, you can actually farm it only on ultimate difficulty, you cannot do it on elite. But the benefits being that he has practically a lot of healing capabilities, life, meaning that attack damage converts to health, and that by default makes things a little bit safer than, let's say, a Death Knight character, which I was playing previously. And when it comes to his AoE damage, as well as single target damage, at a certain point, he's not going to be worse than Death Knight in those regards. I need to level up some more points. I'll do the following. I'll go one here, and then one into Shaman, because I do need to level up Shaman's mastery points up till 40. Because at 40 I'm going to unlock the ability to turn my Storm Totem into the Corrupted Storm, as well as we're going to have my modifier for Wendigo Totem, which I am also going to use. Alright, so let's go to open area. This is not the right place, isn't it? Nope. Broken Hills. And also, the Conjurer, same as with the Death Knight, does not require to have best in slot legendaries until ultimate, at least best in slot legendaries, as well as rare items to progress efficiently throughout the campaign. I mean, right now I'm not talking about killing the secret bosses, super bosses, as well as the most challenging content like Shattered Realm stuff and Crucible. No, I'm just now I'm talking mostly about the campaign. Also, I should have went to closer to Steps of Torment, just for the fact to open up hidden spoils and accept another quest. The hidden path questline I'll do a bit later, not right now. I see an elite right there. Yep. Let's stack those seals on top of him. Oh, and also one important thing to notice is if you are going to use Sigil as your leveling skill, keep in mind that Sigil, same as with the Bloody Pox, it takes 1 second for it to start dealing damage. Do not think that if you create the Sigil, it's instantly going to deal damage, thusly healing your character. It will take 1 second. It will 1 second of delay before the effect will, the damaging effect will start to go on. Complete your quest. And before going into Steps of Torment themselves, I am going to head for Hidden Spoils. Which is right here. Later on, as soon as I will unlock the Outcast faction, and she will give me Anasteria, if she'll... I mean, not if, but when she's going to give me the quest for Steps of Torment, I'll visit it again. Right now I am completing here the quest of slaying the Grand Priest. Alright, an elite already. Hopefully no priests around. No priests. No priests, no pressure. Another elite. I see a golem. Yep, golem had already managed to come close enough, so let's try to kill him. Actually, no, there is a priest. Never mind. Just behind him. So, nothing more to do on the first floor. Let's go into the second one. Like I said, the only thing previously that I'll regret of not buying with my level 100 Death Knight is I should have bought a lot of those potions of clarity, and I do mean a lot of them. This is yet another advice that I will try to emphasize during my walkthrough. If you'll get to the point where you can buy the potions of clarity from Melmoth's Resistance, buy them in vast quantities. To be honest, like 100 should be your threshold, in my opinion. Yeah, I know that every potion lasts for 1 hour, but still the amount of experience that you are going to get by utilizing them is enormous. And missing out on them right now definitely has its drawbacks. Usually an elite can spawn right here. Yep, I was right about it. It's either several skeleton groups or golems in this case. Let's try to deal with the priest, because if he heals the elite, this would be unfortunate. He doesn't, so that's good. Same thing, one here, and 1 point into Shaman. Oh, it's not on this floor, it's on the 3rd floor that you can actually destroy yet another wall, which will award you with the hidden spoils in it. I got stuck against the ghost. I usually try to go on this floor straight to the left, just because I do need to restore this devotion point. And by the way, this was the fact that those archers has damaged me that much is because I wasn't aware of how many of them had stacked into this corridor, so should have just utilized the seal straight from the beginning when I entered this room. Alright, a treasure trove. That was odd. By the looks of it, my initial sigil doesn't hit this guy at all. So let's clear first this room. And then let's start clearing the desecrated shrine himself. Cleansing would be the better word to put it. Also trying to stack, like I said, one sigil on top of another is going to benefit you because of the double healing and double damage effect. Yeah, the one thing that you cannot do is to cast sigil through the wall. Also, when it comes to mana management, later on I'll be utilizing such constellations as Lotus that will give me extra mana regen, as well as Lantern, or how is it called? Let me double check if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, it's called Lantern. Yeah, like those golems, just because I did not have the vitality resistance reduction from my Curse of Frailty, this is why it takes quite a long time to kill them. So I was talking about this constellation. Yep, it's Lantern actually. Let's go straight to the next floor. I mean the boss of this floor, which is a Grand Priest. The thing is that Sigil, also a tip that I started to see from time to time, and I can give it to you if you plan to play with the skill in mind. You can cast Sigil. That was a bad display. Yep. It's a far distance. It's not... The distance is not particularly high. I mean long, not high, but still. You can use this for your advantage, so that you do not have to go in melee range. Just remember the fact that as long as Sigil damages something, it heals you in return. Oh, and I also do not have full 80% of resistance towards the pierce damage, so this is why those skeletons with crossbows hit me in previous corridor pretty hard on the previous floor. Alright, so fight against a Grand Priest. Remember that he can spawn, I mean not he, but the skeletons will spawn at this area and right closer to the entrance of the room. Yep, there they are. And it's a good thing if you can focus fire them first before you switch your attention fully towards this guy. Because I believe 2 priests right there can heal him back if you ignore them. Yeah, those sauces with the fire grenades definitely should be avoided. When it comes to everything else, it's the fire circle. You can actually, when I am discussing those attacks, I have an edited guide. It's not a complete guide, it's rather tips and tricks, where I had discussed several of the deadliest attacks from the bosses. That was included which includes the main campaign as well as 2 DLCs, and also I had discussed what types of resistances you can have at certain stages of the game, what you can neglect. So if you are interested of checking it out, you can do it on my own YouTube channel. All of the links can be found in the description. So I had defeated this guy. Vitality and poison damage. Level 26. Yeah, but it has so low vitality damage percent, so not going to bother of changing it. Unlike those pants, Void Harbinger, vitality damage, decay, a lot of resistances. I'll definitely going to equip them. Vitality damage. Instead of having less armor, but more damage and more stats. Pass. So it's another Void Harbinger boots. But less armor overall. Let's see. Well, I'll get my missing armor from those pants. Perhaps it's better to equip those boots right now.
Iron well spent.
So let's do it.
My specialty.
This thing first. And then those boots. Keeping add-on, equipping them. And I do need to level up some more. So let's start putting 1 point here, 1 point here, and into Shaman. Continue to go with his mastery bar.
I'll keep your stash safe. It's safe with me.
I should have put scraps into stash instead of wearing it with me. So now I already have some form of a straight vitality damage, vitality resistance, as well as defensive ability resistance, so those golems should die easier. So this shrine has been restored. Let's go into Steps of Torment. I mean the 4th and the 5th floor, because we were already at the Steps of Torment. Onto the 4th floor. Also, while clearing the regular trash from those corridors, I'll use this opportunity to say hi and welcome for all of those who is watching my stream right now, or tuned in recently, or start watching from the beginning. Nonetheless, welcome. My name is Alexander, also known as Sandor-Yevitz, and I'm playing a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with veteran included. I am going to leveling the Conjurer, combination between the Occultist and Shaman. Main means of dealing damage is vitality damage. And my main offensive skill for now is the Sigil of Consumption. If you want to check other parts of my playthrough with the Conjurer, or if you want to check my Death Knight playthrough, which I had leveled to level 100 and completed the ultimate difficulty with him, I mean the vanilla campaign, I haven't completed DLC. You can check it on my YouTube channel or on Twitch channel, video on demand. If you are a beginner and you are interested more into some of the tips and tricks which I had collected, speaked about and presented in my tips and tricks videos, which include some of the boss's deadliest attacks, as well as what types of resistances you can neglect at certain stages of the game, and vice versa, what you need to have at certain point. You can check out these tips and tricks videos on my YouTube channel a little bit later at your own leisure. Also, if you like the Grim Dawn content, my informative commentary, and some analysis that I provide from time to time when comparing certain classes, as well as skills, giving tips, consider supporting me on Twitch, subscribing if possible to YouTube channel. Your help is always appreciated and will be rewarded with more game content, as well as more edited videos later down the line. Currently, I am working on a video which will discuss the difference between Elite and Ultimate and Normal, and do note that I'm not going to talk about some general stuff like what's the difference between Elite and Ultimate and Normal. Well, monsters and bosses do have more HP and damage. And you need more resistances. No, I'm not. I'm going to mention specific nuances like perhaps faster casting speed from certain bosses, or perhaps how much resistances do you actually need when it comes to percentages. So similar to my tips and tricks when I wasn't discussing just generalized information, I was gathering and presenting this stuff which wasn't discussed even by seasoned veterans that much. So this is the type of content that I'm going to work for in the future, and like I said, your support is definitely going to be appreciated, either in personal shoutout in this video or including your name when this video will be released. As of right now, when it comes to gameplay, I am completing the 4th floor of Steps of Torment and want to go on to the 5th and final floor of this place. Yeah, like previously you could have seen how easy for Conjurer was to beat the Steps of Torment Death Room, despite the fact that I was getting hit a couple of times. The Life Leech from Sigil will definitely save you. So let's go further. Yeah, I do need to figure out a thing that will improve my piercing resistance, because getting hit by those archers a lot starting to get worrisome. Alright, an elite. I should went back a bit just to get more room for maneuver. No priests right there. Let's focus back our damage to this Death Revenant.
Don't have enough energy.
Alright, when it comes to those corridors, I believe it's worth to clear them. As well as opening up this heroic chest. So let's go to the corridor to right, to the right. Got yet another level up, so same deal. Point here, and into Shaman Mastery. And let's go straight for this Golem boss, which is on top of this 4th floor. Yeah, there is some form of a difference when it comes to killing those golems when my Curse of Frailty has attached to it the vulnerability. Like this skill, but still I should put more points into it. Oh, that's sad. I need to get rid of this skeletal gargantuan first before attacking the boss. And this by default means that this boss will summon a lot of his ghosts for help. But worry not, like I said, healing will save you. Yeah, he is definitely have some form of a vitality resistance attached to it. Vitality damage resistance. Because even with the double sigils, I do not deal that high of a damage to him. Despite applying Curse of Frailty. This is only his first phase. And second phase. Second phase, believe it or not, should be easier. Just because he is going to, from time to time, do those spike attacks. As well as his version of a force wave, that I like to call it. What? Yep, this is the attack that I was talking about. Yep, slowly but surely whittling down his HP bar. Hopefully, Alchemist is not going to have the same form of resistances towards my type of damage. Alchemist is the final boss of this area. He's on the next floor though. Yep. This guy has been defeated. Oh, I need to go from the right side, because this passage has been blocked. Checking about those debuffs, and I believe it's just high form of some of the monsters' vitality resistance that allows them to soak up damage from my sigil. It's not because I initially had the debuff that gives them a lot of resistance. Actually, going to the right is eventually going to speed things up, because from the right you can get easier to a boss room rather than going from the left area. Lots of priests. I got stuck a bit, no worries. I believe this guy is not going to have something for me. Whether it be scepters or weapons. Nope. And his blueprint I already bought on my previous character, so this is why I'm not even going to bother with him. Let's continue. I am running on purposefully on those bones just for the fact that if you do this, you'll have a higher chances of those skeletons appearing. So thusly, just by applying one more sigil on them, you'll have a better and faster chance to gain more experience from this place. Yeah, so when I cannot carry any more items in roguelike dungeons, I usually like to turn off the auto pickup function from Grim Internals, which allows me to, well, from the name, automatically collecting the rare items, lore notes, components, and then I throw away some stuff. And if you are going to do the same by utilizing this mod, do not worry, because right at the end, if you defeat a boss, there will be a bunch of rare items for you to collect. So do not think that by throwing some stuff from your inventory right now, you're going to regret it later. No, you're still going to fill up your inventory to its full size after you'll defeat final boss of this place. That's a big group, let's not miss out on them. Same thing with them. Okay, if they are going to follow me, I'll just put the sigil right at the entrance. And I'll head down there just to check whether or not a chest will spawn. Not here, but on the collapsed bridge. Heavy axe and all around threat, no thank you. Let's continue. Yeah, and usually my strategy is to pick up some stuff that will give me my damage that I'm using. Previously I was picking physical/internal trauma damage. This time I'm aiming for vitality damage. But not with the shields. Oh, Curse of Frailty definitely was worth to level up. I mean, look how big of an area of effect it has when it comes to applying debuff as well as resistance reduction on those monsters in this room. You can practically, as soon as you'll enter it, apply a debuff and whole room will be cursed, slowed. So that's good to know. This golem I'm not going to bother that much, just because, like I said, by the looks of it, they have a lot of vitality damage resistance, and he just standing on one place and waiting for them to die, unless it's an elite, seems kind of pointless in my opinion. Alright, let's open up some more chests. Nope, and this thing, nope. Heretic Skulls Fetish, bonus to pets. Oh, 2 golems. Well, have fun killing them. Yeah, especially with the priests right at the back. No, let's just run to next area. I'll checking those few rooms that are left just to see whether or not I'll face an elite here or there. It's not because I want to quote-unquote full clear. You see, I'm not even attacking all of those monsters which are gathering around me. Bone check cold. No cold damage. Not going to bother as well. Yep, so this is what I was talking about when it comes to elites. Yeah, but sadly I do need to clear out those priests first, because otherwise this fight will take forever. So if you see those groups, investing some time to kill them is actually worth it. Especially since I am using those mandates, which gives plus 150 bonus reputation with each friendly faction. Alright, so now I can just go for the boss of this place. This guy just refuses to die. Oh well. Yeah, same thing with this guy. He debuffs me, applies vitality damage of his own. Let's fight Alchemists instead of those golems. Believe it or not, I'll find this fight to be interesting right now than those golems, those skeletal gargantuans. The thing is that they do not look like skeletons that much, so this is why calling them golems to me is if not easier, but how should I put it? Logical. But perhaps I am overthinking too much. Yeah, despite having some form of a ghoulish hunger effect, like I said, so long as your sigil is active and it damages something, right? Well, if not something, but someone, you'll get your HP back. Oh, I need to debuff him. Never mind, I did debuff him. Just remember to move away from those pools which he creates and bait out his attacks. You can actually do it, you just have to get used to those timings, like you see right now. Yeah, but let's not forget to apply debuff on him. So the moment you see blue circle under you, just move away. Yeah, you shouldn't even like run unless you have trouble baiting his regular attacks. You should not run for the full circle of this room. Right now I'm having some trouble against him, like dodging his regular attacks and his cleave, but it's... Should this thing happen? Yeah, like no one's gonna blame you for running away and reapplying the same stuff over and over. Slow and steady, especially on hardcore, will win the race. Yeah, sadly he created this pool, so this means I need to move from it.
That skill's not ready.
And he's dead. Not gonna pick up his sword, instead I'm gonna see what's in his chests. Elemental damage, cold damage. Let's open the rest of them. Armor piercing, acid damage, physical damage, elemental lightning, nothing with vitality. Oh well. So this is what I was talking about when explaining that you can fill up your chest, excuse me, your inventory
Inventory is full.
back to full just from this room alone. Fine, let's go and sell some stuff.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Defensive ability. Level 37. Nope, not gonna wait that long for me to wear them. I'll sell this blueprint. Elixir of the Hunt. Believe it or not, I do not have this elixir. So I'll learn this blueprint. Lightning Eater, elemental damage. Yeah, like, it gives bonuses to Sigil of Consumption, which is the skill that I'm using, but I'd rather switch elemental for vitality damage. I mean, not rather, but would like to switch. It's a better way to put it. I'm selling this shield just because on Elite difficulty and on Ultimate you're going to get 2 more versions of those same shields, so... Yeah, and this is yet another tip for a beginner. Like, do not think that this is your only legendary that you're going to get on this difficulty, and also this shield actually, well, weapon that looks like a shield drops 100% of the time in this area. In each difficulty. The only difference being that it's going to require from you to have level 50 character, the next one 75, and the third one, I believe, either 84 or 94. Yeah, the stats will be different as well by default, but I also more emphasizing the level requirement rather than stats requirement. Elemental damage. Yep, nothing interesting basically.
Got something you need stashed. It's safe with me. Promise.
Alright, let's continue exploring those broken hills. I believe I can teleport here. Yep. And then I need to run and kill the Lutra the Abandoned. So yeah, when it comes to leveling skills, I'll level the Possession to its soft cap. Same thing with the Vulnerability. With the each level up it goes like 1, 1 and 1 into Shaman. And then I'll switch to Blood of Dreek as well as Aspect of the Guardian. For now, let's just continue to run. Also, like I said, feel free to ask a question regarding some of the game aspects or just in general questions. character aspects, so on and so forth. I'll do my best to answer them if you have any. So this is this bird that I need to kill. This third sigil that you see from time to time that I am creating is actually a proc from my caster offhand. So this is not a bonus that you'll acquire from the leveling sigil itself. It's worth to roam around a bit through this area simply because this is one of those areas that has a high chances of an elite showing. Whether it be those harpies or boars, it depends, but nonetheless. And let me turn off my auto picking function by this mod. Alright, so I do have unlocked the Wendigo. Right now I'm going to level it up. And it will give me higher damage for sure, but most importantly, the more attack damage conversion to life. There is an elite right back. Those boars. This is a huge pack, so let's not mess around and focus a bit. Yep, 2 elites have been destroyed. Let's continue to run. I'll head back to the Minova, which is a ghost NPC that gave me this quest later, when I will open the next waypoint in the Smuggler's Pass. Keep in mind that those shamans have the ability to debuff your character as well. Let's continue to roam a bit. Explore whether or not an elite will spawn, and if not, just go to further areas. Yeah, like those elders, it's either elders or shamans. Shamans actually have also the ability to heal their allies, so keep this thing in mind also. So yeah, this is the waypoint that I was talking about. As soon as I'll click on it, I'll return back to Broken Hills and complete the quest. For a chance to get an extra attribute points. And you'll get these points on each difficulty. 1 point for each difficulty. This is one of the quests that will give it to you as a reward. The other one will be the Hidden Path quest line, which I will do a little bit later. Alright, it's worth it to stop their fight and re-aggro them to your character instead of them fighting between each other. Let's continue. Yeah, they are starting to hurt quite a bit in melee range, so I do need to be a little bit careful of pulling them all together. Actually, I do not well, let me double check. There is a chance of Ether Cluster spawning in this area. Or closer to here. But sadly, I do not see it. Although I had found an elite. Do not go there. Also, there's nothing that you will find. Just Ether Ground. I believe at level 35 I am actually going to craft a belt that will give yet further increases in my occultist skills. Its blueprint you can find in the Rovari faction. From the Rovari faction you can buy it, learn it, and then craft it from a blacksmith. So let's aggro those shamans also. And let's engage against this boss. He is not that difficult no matter what character you are playing because of the fact that his attacks are so slow and so telegraphed that the only way you can get hit by them is if you are not careful enough and just stand there for way too long. Other than that, you should be able to kill them very quickly. Kill him. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about when explaining the telegraphed attacks. And this rule about those trolls actually applies to yet another troll boss, which you can encounter in East Marsh area later on, should you choose to complete the Hidden Path quest line. I mean, their most damaging form of attack is the two-hander club swing. Other than that, the regular attacks do not do that much damage. Alright, continue to roam around these areas. Yep, same thing. Try to stop a fight between them and re-aggro them back to you. Because like I was explaining, if they are killing each other, you are not gaining any experience from them. So going to the right is pointless. I instead will go straight to the Olgrim.
If it isn't I haven't been entirely honest with. I came upon.
And then I'll go to Mountain Deeps. when talking about a better jewelry that I can buy later on, either from Devil's Crossing or from Rover's faction, keep in mind that you need to be at level 40. So I still got 7 more levels to go. I think it's worth it first to go for the Desecrated Shrine in this area. And only after this try to find... Oh, never mind, I do not have a dynamite. So this area has a treasure trove in it. It has 4 different spawn locations, but each and every one of them requires one dynamite to open. By the way, those trucks reminds me of another race from a World of Warcraft. If you play a Cataclysm expansion, you'll have there, I believe it's called Underworld area, if I'm not mistaken, and you have the same guys. Well, not the same, but they look kind of similar. So same deal, one here, and one into Shaman. I do have to watch out for those acid pools, just now I do not have soft cap for my acid resistance, so whenever those pools are stacked, just have to run away from them. You'll have a chance also encountering those worm elites, but the chance of it to happen is actually not that high, so... Right, so he's hitting kinda hard in melee range. I had to kite him a bit. I wouldn't have done this form of kiting if I had yet another form of healing other than Sigil. Just for now, I am reliant on Sigil alone. I'll wait until this asset will disappear, and actually I will clear those trucks as well. The ones that are being aggroed to me. Yeah, like those guys. And remember not to stay too close to this. Actually, this is a bad spot. Need to move back a bit. And from here you can start clearing those monsters, because otherwise you'll get quickly surrounded by them, body blocked, and perhaps even killed. One extra devotion point. Let's start leveling Wendigo. So since I do not have the dynamite, I can safely go to exit from this area. For now, I can also comment on the possession exclusive skill of the occultist. So it gives, well, the thing is that Sigil of Consumption is a skill that you can cast instantly, so skill disruption doesn't really benefit you that much when it comes to this skill, as well as Bloody Pox. But most importantly, it's the fact that each and every point gives some form of a damage absorption, overall damage absorption. And damage absorption does not mean just reduction. I mean, if you have 20% damage absorption and monsters hit you like for 100 damage, 20% of this damage will basically you're going to be immune at all time from it. It might not seem that significant now, but later on when those numbers will stack even to higher amount, it will be important to have at least some form of a one damage absorption or another. Alright, this Curse of Frailty actually lasts for a very long time. I wonder how long exactly. 12 seconds duration, alright, so I do not need to recast that often unless I'm trying to proc any active constellation from it, which I do not have right now, but later on I'll attach a Vendigo proc on this curse. And when I eventually get to Homestead, I'll craft some dynamite to open up the bottom area, south area, and complete some of the Black Legion quest line. Right, let's use Curse on them. And then hit them with the Sigil. This poor Overmind Eye just flew back and forward until he eventually got destroyed. 2 elites. Need to focus a bit. I ran into a bad spot. I should have stayed here instead. Once again, I managed to get myself surrounded between two of those monsters. Reanimator, not a big deal. Same thing with those guys. Oh, I need to go to the right. That's not a greatest layout of this area. So yeah, I was talking about damage absorption. Also the fact that the possession gives you chaos resistance is good in my opinion. I mean, the full 12 points will give you extra 20% of chaos resistance, which means you do not have to apply that much of a chaos resistance components later on. And as a cherry on top, but that's as expected from such a skill like this, it gives you the either vitality damage, acid damage, or chaos damage. Depending on what's your primarily damage type source, you'll definitely want to grab this ultimate exclusive skill, excuse me, at all times if you are using one of those 3 types of damage. As soon as I'll kill this guy, a boss will spawn, yep. And like I said, the main problem with this guy, it's not him alone, it's the fact that he is constantly summoning those rotting ember guards around you. And you might get overwhelmed after a certain period of time. But in all other regards, you should be able to kill him. Right, I have opened up a waypoint. And I can return back to Olgrim.
So how good work.
And also the main reason that I am mostly interested in the south area from the homestead, which is called the Fine Barrens, because it has the 2 extra devotion points. Altars that can give you 2 extra devotion points. So blowing, crafting and using 3 dynamites on to open a passage there, it's worth it in my opinion.
These are.
Even if you are not interested in the Black Legion questline. I'll accept their quest a bit later. Picking up those journals.
I wasn't sure. I wish I'm going to check in with Creed here.
I'll skip the plus. The Legion is split on 2 fronts.
As you can see, just from using those mandates, even despite the fact that I had killed some of those ethereals as well as elites, I am already friendly with them.
Got something you need, Stat?
And I am talking about, let me show you what mandates I'm talking about. Not those ones which gives 50% of the reputation increase, but those ones, 100%, 150%.
Got something you need, Stat?
So what can I put into my stash? This thing, and
It's safe with me. Promise.
that's all actually. So let's sell some stuff.
See anything you like?
Elemental damage, physical damage, chaos, acid. Shield with vitality damage, not interesting that much. Yeah, like those one-handed swords actually is good if you are planning to go with the Bloody Pox as your main offensive skill, because they give flat damage to this and also the resistance reduction. But sadly I'm not using Bloody Pox, so... More vitality damage, chaos damage, energy regen, +2 to Doom Bolt. I could wear it, to be honest. Did it have vitality damage on it as well? It did. Level 36. I'll get something better. Level 36. And no, I'm not gonna pick up any of those shields. So what component did I have on my... Oh, I actually do not have anything. Well, that's actually a mistake from my part. I should have put something that increases either my defense or offense on Scepter and Rare Offhand. So let me try to fix this situation, perhaps by typing Vitality damage. Attack speed. Used in chest armor. Used in amulets and medals. Not from here, so I do need to check the blacksmith then.
Won't scrap metal.
the safest option would be is to craft the purified salt as well as its similar component that gives the chaos resistance and activate 2 of those auras. But right now things are not looking that scary. So I can get away with crafting something that gives vitality damage for now. Definitely not Seal of Blight. Excuse me. Yeah, so like you see, this is what I was talking about. Tonic Seals of Binding. Otherwise I would have crafted this, so... let's do 2 of the Hallowed Fangs then. And apply each and every one of them on those things. So, now I need to craft... oops, not this one. I need to craft Dynamite. Where is it? Dynamite. Should be more than enough.
Come see what's left of my wares. Iron well spent.
So let's run to this southern passage. Two more extra devotion points. What will it give it to me? So 20 spirit, 150 health, and the next one requires star earlier. So perhaps this. So more conversion of attack damage to health. I'll check this area for a chance to encounter an elite hero there, but mainly, like I said, I am heading towards the blocked passage, which requires 3 dynamite in order to open it. Yep, a very bad layout in my opinion, like in general. Most of those passages are blocked, either by stones or by fire, and I do need to get rid of those I mean the shamans that were healing those 2 guys. Yeah, so how can I improve my... so if I were to get rid of the one of the anti-venom self, I would put... no, I actually cannot. Silk Swatch can only be put in chest, in the pants, and in the shoulders. Which means I need a better equipment. And by equipment I do mean armor. Let's continue to run here, open up this passage. Do not forget on normal difficulty to go right here and pick up this lore note as well as those 2 chests. Oh, it's 1. There is a chance of here being 2 chests instead of 1. Yeah, with Homestead, your goal of not goal, but your ability to increase your reputation with them is by killing a lot of those either beasts or those bugs on their fields. So yeah, all in all, when it comes to Conjurer in general, he is definitely, well, for now, let's say for now, he's definitely not having the same damage output as Soldier with the Force Wave. But when it comes to his life regen through active skills, as well as his like overall survivability, because of this regen, he actually takes the edge against Soldier. So yeah, like if you like to kill things quicker and do not care that much about life regen, Soldier with the Force Wave will definitely going to outperform the Vitality Caster at these stages of the game. I do not know how things will unravel later on, but for now the things are the way they are. Same deal. I'll go straight for the Manticores as well as Manticore boss. Not going to bother with those Grubbles. This lightning that you can see is actually a Doombolt ability, which can proc from my caster offhand. It has a 10% chance on attack, so whenever I attack something, this can create this red lightning from the sky. Alright, one quest has been completed, and I usually go straight for the quest giver, because otherwise every item from a Manticore will be shown as a star, as if I hadn't picked up it yet. So let's go now straight for the Manticore. Oh, and let's not miss out on this elite. Overconfidence. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. I didn't even able to utilize my potion of HP. God damn it. Yep. Overconfidence, he's definitely got a better part from me. Fine, fine. What if I do a different approach? So why can't I? Yep, so remember when I was talking about Sigil and that it requires from your part to be closer to monsters? Well, the fact of the matter is that when I got close to those Manticores, especially with their ability to do a triple attack, I haven't even managed to reach for a healing potion to heal me up fast enough. So I'd rather now switch to, well, if a sigil is not working that much, as well as the
Still drawn. He's
bloody pox ability, that means perhaps that I should level with the shaman instead.
you're not looking.
Despite the fact of me telling that you'll need to get as fast as possible to exclusive skill from occultist, perhaps leveling with the shaman and having the grasping vines ability as well as devouring swarm will make things better. Yeah, like, but that's the thing of utilizing those templates without knowing what's sort of a skill you'll consider, what sort of a skill is actually the best for leveling, and what you can do to avoid those kinds of dangerous situations. But this was definitely an unfortunate thing. I still like believe in my ability to level up this character, just that with the force wave I know I had seen mostly the advantages of utilizing this skill when leveling. The one disadvantage being that it had the weird hitbox, but with Bloody Pox as well as Sigil, just because I was playing reckless, the game punished me for my mistake. So let's now start leveling with the Shaman instead. And pick up the Devouring Swarm ability. Grasping Wise do not give any... No, it has a vitality damage actually. Yeah, like this thing will happen from time to time. I mean, let it not be a rule, but rather an exception from it. I mean, the fact of the matter is that I only was seeing like mostly some of those drawbacks actually got the better part of me, as well as me playing once again recklessly. In my head it went like this: I was going to get to those manticores, utilize the seal, and even if they are going to hit me, no worries, the healing potential from the seal will outscale their damage output. So now I will try yet another approach, only this time it will be with the Swarm and Grasping Vines until I get to my vitality damage. I mean, start leveling with the Shaman tree instead of Occultist, because yeah, like Occultist is working, but it has drawbacks. I mean, to the gameplay that I was used to, and just because I am not used to playing with the caution in mind constantly, and I am relying mostly on my life leech abilities, which I was talking about from time to time. Those mistakes has definitely proven that I was doing something wrong. Alright, so far the Devouring Swarm ability works nicely. Yeah, perhaps what was I explaining earlier, it's just that I am not used to not having some form of a crowd control effect, whether it be stun, slow, etc. Yeah, the curse from Occultist works, but the thing is, it only reduces monsters' movement speed. It's not snares them and not stuns them. Unlike the skill that I'm used to leveling with, it's the Force Wave, which each cast of it, even against those Manticores, stuns them. So fun times, guys, fun times. I will definitely going to switch this approach to a shaman with his grasping vines, as well as devouring swarm ability. Let me look at this. So it slows movement targets. What else? Slower enemy attack. Chance of immobilize. Immobilize, I do assume it basically means snare targets. I wonder what AoE it has also attached to it. I mean, how large of an AoE this grasping vines have. Devouring Swarm actually does not consume that high amount of mana just yet. Hopefully things will be better. Yeah, because watching the Devil's Crossing content all over again, especially on normal difficulty, begins to get tiresome. Trying something new, however. I mean, the new leveling approach with the Shaman skill in mind is definitely going to feel fresh, at least in my opinion. So let's level even more. Perhaps 1 point here, 1 point here, and then I'll go from it. Will work. It requires spirit, so I do need to level it up at least once or twice. Yeah, perhaps on level 7. And actually, let's start to get rid of those yellow, excuse me, not yellow, but white items. So to free up some space in my inventory. And turn off the common filter. Yeah, because I tried leveling with Bloody Pox, I tried leveling with the Sigil of Consumption as a main offensive skill, and both of them have their drawbacks. Pox being the fact that it does not deal that much damage to tougher targets, and with the Sigil you have to either you or monsters have to be closer to Sigil in order for it to work. Hopefully, leveling with Shaman skills instead of Occultists will improve things. This being the Grasping Vines as well as Devouring Swarm. Yeah, despite being at level 10, the skill dishes out a lot of damage to targets, as well as it reduces their defenses and also passes through a lot of enemies. So it counts as a sort of a piercing attack. Let's see how the skill deals with Ether Crystals. One skill is not enough. Alright, I need to... For now I need to utilize the skill 2 times to destroy the Ether Crystal stuff. Yep, like I said, 2 times. It has a smaller radius than Pox or Sigil, but I mean smaller when it comes to the straight line. But it does not consumes the same amount of mana, so that's a plus. Leveled up once more. For now, I'm not going to pick up to level up any of the attribute points. Let's just do like the following: 1, 1, and then continue with Mastery Bar. Oh, this is how those Grasping Vines look like. They do not have that high of a radius yet. I am wondering, would it be beneficial of sticking with the shaman first rather than occultist? I mean, in the long run, I'll still going to pick up the exclusive skill from occultist such as possession, but the thing is that it's either I am not used to occultist gameplay or just in general, like I said, playing recklessly and relying too much on sigil and its tremendous healing effect. Once again, got a better part of me. Tome of Decay, I'll definitely going to equip it. 88 spirit though. On the next level, fine. Let's equip this stuff. Yeah, the problem was the huge thing that I was seeing in occultist is this resistance towards monsters' movement speed doesn't play that big of a role. Because, like I said, I got used to stunning monsters basically for every force wave hit or with some auto attacks with two-handers, so I was expecting to do the same thing with the occultist, whether through his skills or his crowd control abilities. But by the looks of it, this is not going to happen. So let's go back in town.
The dead attack. We need some time to plan our strategy.
And I believe this is the last character that... I mean, not the last character. I do not... Should this character die as well on hardcore, then I do not have any more of those mandates. Or boosting up reputation, I only bought, I believe, 5 of them.
Greetings, child.
One other character that has them already in use is actually Shaman with the Primal Strike, and I did not like Primal Strike as a leveling ability because, to be honest, I did not understand why, as there was a point when I started to miss so much with it, then I just decided to not play with it. No, I have also one of each mandate left, so good to know. Now I can equip this tome and throw those helmets, white helmets, as well as white shield.
Welcome to my rift. You don't remember anything. I have to.
The captain send you over?
I was thinking initially that things will go... Oh wait, I do not have enough scrap.
Anything you like. Put it to good use.
That the process of me leveling up as a caster would be more, how should I put it, easier. in terms of how well I'm going to get used to things, simply because I was playing a melee caster in form of a force wave user, so those mistakes that I was doing, whether they were from the whether I was utilizing the sigil or bloody pox, actually let's put one more point here. It's confusing to me at least for now. Confuses me at least for now. So far, the Devouring Swarm ability definitely has its benefits. Grasping Wines not so much, but when it comes to Devouring Swarm, it does seem like a good leveling ability. But like I said, I do need some form of a hard CC, whether it be with this snare effect or a stun, because with the gameplay that I used to play, this game punishes me for it. The fact that I was relying solely on healing and did not took into account those manticores and how strong they can hit you with those triple attacks is definitely not the thing that I want to repeat again and again. Even with level 11 out of 12 out of 16, Devouring Swarm doesn't utilize that high of requires that high of mana from you. All right. Let's go straight for this altar right there and a boss. You also might want to ask, like, why do I, if I keep dying, why do I still keep playing on hardcore difficulty since, whoops, since it punishes you so hard? Well, the thing is that I do not have anything against softcore. I might gonna play softcore in the future, but as of right now, my content and especially channel is dedicated more towards hardcore mode. But and some of those tips actually that I am giving from time to time do apply even on softcore mode, so whichever mode you decide to play, it's fine by me. It just feels weird in my opinion, like for example, if I'm going to level up the Conjurer character to level 100 on softcore, I do not think that I have a right to compare a gameplay, I mean leveling process with the Death Knight, which I had leveled on hardcore to level 100, especially if in the process of leveling this character I'm going to die like a couple of times. I do not think, to be honest, that I have a legit right to speak like, oh, this character has a better or worse leveling. And also I died like 5 or 7 times while leveling this character. I mean, who will benefit from a content that is provided by someone who is going to speak from the point of view of a character who died like from 5 to 10 times while leveling this character up? I do not see any point in it, but I like this is just my subjective opinion, and I do not have anything against others who want to play or watching the other guys play on softcore. It's just I wanted to level yet another character to level 100 on a hardcore mode. On a hardcore mode, excuse me, and from there compare them with one another. I'll keep this ring and those boots as well. Excuse me. This amulet, I'll keep it also for now. I'll sell it later.
See you around.
Was clicking on the wrong waypoint. And also I have, when I was leveling with the sigil and or bloody pox, I was feeling like something missing when it comes to. I was feeling like I do need to have yet another damaging skill. So this is why I had also decided to switch things up a bit and start leveling with the shaman instead of an occultist. And also have at this point in time 2 damaging abilities. One of them definitely will be used more towards crowd control, such as Grasping Vines. The other one, which will be primarily used for damage as well as resistance reduction, is the Devouring Swarm ability. Alright, so the Slit boss has been defeated. Let's actually equip this ring. And let's restore this altar. Poison acid. I'll equip this thing, those boots, as well as this ring. Let's go back and complete these quests.
You look well.
And also while doing this, I am going to say hi and welcome for all of those who has just tuned in,
Good, you're back. What am I? You've
has watched my stream from the beginning, or any other of my Twitch video on demand videos, or my brother's videos concerning Darkest Dungeon or League of Legends, or my tips and tricks Grim Dawn video. Nonetheless, welcome. I'm playing a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with veteran including, playing to build a Conjurer in mind, combination between shaman and occultist. And right now I'm trying to level up with the shaman instead of an occultist, just for the fact that I want to have a hard crowd control ability effects, such as Grasping Vines, as well as an ability that does not consume that high amount of energy from me. And it will feel like a fresh approach when it comes to what happened with my previous character. Because of the Overconfidence, which is a slow and insidious killer, do not forget about it. My character, my occultist, has died from the manticores. And now I am decided to go with the shaman instead as a first class. But later on I'll definitely going to be picking cultist yet again. Nothing worth it here. Perhaps only this thing. And it also will feel fresh from me, like trying to analyze and commentate it from the point of view of the one who has used the Bloody Pox, Sigil of Consumption, and now I'm using the Devouring Swarm. I can definitely say the two advantages of Devouring Swarm over the Pox or Sigil is the fact that it does not consume your mana at all, and it still has a puncturing effect on top of it, and it also has the attack damage converted to life. As well as vitality damage right on top of it. So it seems like a good skill to level with. I just decided to pick at the same time Grasping Roots just because for the hard-hitting guys or big groups of monsters I need that crowd control effect, which I was used to by leveling with the soldier with the force wave, because of each hit of the force wave with the two-hander actually had the ability to stun targets. And Grasping Vines, by the looks of it, has the ability to snare targets, to immobilize, which is, in other words, snare them at one place. I am looking for a cave with the rats around this area, and sadly I do not find it yet. Also, if you like the Grim content that I am providing, or my brother's Darkest Dungeon content, and you would like to support us in any way, shape or form, consider subscribing to this Twitch channel or to my YouTube channel. This way it not only shows mutual support from your side and my side, it also motivates us to create more edited videos. One of them being that I am creating right now differences between Elite and Ultimate difficulty and normal, some of those nuances which not a lot of people are talking about. As well as it just shows your support towards this content in general. So I have managed to find the cave, and let's defeat this boss. Let's move back a bit. Also, in case you hadn't noticed yet, so the thing is that when it comes to Grim Dawn schedule, I decided to do only one stream from 8 AM to 12 AM Eastern European time. Why? Because I do need to have more time to prepare those edited videos for you guys, and because of the fact that I do not have an editor that is sitting and watching my stuff as well at the same time and doing all sort of thing. I'm doing this myself basically, and it takes a lot of time to prepare those stuff. So all of those streams will continue. It's just that instead of streaming 2 times, when it comes to Grim Dawn content, I'll be streaming 1 time. It's not the stuff that I am not going to be showing on stream. I'll instead going to show on edited videos. So the more time will be put towards this content. But do not worry, I will not forget about those folks on Twitch. So all of you are important, in my opinion. It's just that it takes, like I said, for me, especially the one who hasn't have an experience, a large experience in editing process, I didn't know how much time it will take to make this video, so taking more time to release yet more those shorter ones videos is actually going to help me when it comes to upgrading my experience of editing stuff, so on and so forth. But like I said, live streams will still continue, my informative commentary as well as comparison between some of those stuffs, some of those nuances. You'll still going to see me live on Twitch, so no matter from which platform have you found me, nonetheless I'll be uploading content on Twitch and on YouTube. This is when it comes to Grim Dawn. Same thing will be said when it comes to Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, this grasping root abilities, I'll only use it either in big groups of monsters or against some of those elites and bosses. By the looks of it, for now, the Devouring Swarm out damages Grasping Vines. I did get 3 slit necklaces, fine. When leveling with Shaman, I'm going to go with the Devouring Swarm, Grasping Vines, Entangling Vines, and then I'll pick up even the Wendigo Totem, Blood Pact, as well as Storm Totem with the Corrupted Storm. So only after all of this stuff, should anything will go smoothly, I'll continue to leveling this character with from the occultist side of things. Because by the looks of it, leveling with the cultist is not working from my point of view. Or perhaps I just wasn't prepared for some of the stuff, like the absence of some form of a heavy crowd control effect, as well as the reliance on the healing, just healing only instead of damaging stuff. This is why I was elaborating from time to time that it feels like this character lacks, how should I put it, damage against the tougher opponents, tougher targets. So let's equip this thing. Yeah, when it comes to those clusters, vitality damage is definitely not the type of damage that is going to destroy them quickly. Also, feel free to ask any question that comes to your mind when it comes when regarding the game aspects, character aspects, or difficulty aspects. I'll do my best to answer them. Alright, Milton. Let's get rid of you. Yeah, like even Grasping Vine's ability does not consume that much of your energy. Still, it takes some time to get rid of those tougher targets. Let's equip this helmet, not this sword. So, same thing here, here, and here. It's actually worth it to just go with the Devouring Swarm. I mean, casting Devouring Swarm and the Grasping Vines at the same time if you encounter big groups of monsters. Or preemptively starting with the vines first. I am looking for a cave. Yep, this one. Let's put attribute point here.
Can't carry anymore.
Well, I cannot carry any more items. That means I need to go back in town.
Come see what's left.
Also, if you want to check my previous walkthrough for Death Knight, the character which I had leveled up to level 100 on Ultimate, you can do this by checking my YouTube channel. All the links will be in the description.
Iron well spent.
Let's complete this quest. Although I already have an amulet. Yeah, like with elemental resistance as well. Oh, never mind. It's chaos and bleeding resistance, not elemental resistance. Fine, let's go further. Alright, I had freed these roamers, and let's continue on with the next areas. Minus 60% vitality resistance. So it's less of a damaging skill now against tougher opponents, more of a resistance reduction. And some attack conversion to health. Grasping Lines has the ability to give you a vitality decay damage. Alright, let's go for this guy. And then I'll head to the left to deal with those cultists and open up their cellar in the house to accept one more side quest. I already have green shoulders. What about those pants? Mine are better. Alright. I can analyze a little bit the Grasping Line skill. I mean, from what I have saw. So it acts when it comes to resistance, not reduction, but when it comes to crowd control effect, it has same effect as the Curse of Frailty, reduction of movement speed. It does not have same radius though, but it also damages your targets that are nearby. Although it damages them with physical damage and bleeding damage, I mostly have picked up the skill for a chance to later on pick up the entangling lines, which will give me the opportunity to snare targets. Or how does the game? So immobilize them. So yeah, when it comes to AoE, it's definitely not that big, but when it comes to crowd control effect, I think snare is better to have, at least for now, while leveling, than just movement speed reduction. Let's go into this cave. Especially against those big groups of monsters. I'll save up some of my attribute points for now, because I believe I do need some spirit to equip those caster offhands with vitality damage on them. So let's go straight for the altar. Also, believe it or not, perhaps leveling with the ectoplasm that gives you the mana regen and overall bigger energy pool is better right now. I mean, until the point where you kill Creek and you get your... and you're going to head towards the Cronley. Because in my opinion, those things will definitely going to speed up your leveling process by not wasting that many mana potions. So I had finished with the Devouring Swarm ability, and now I am switching to those Grasping Vines. Grasping Vines also has an instant cast, so it does not require any channeling from you or charging this skill up. Alright, let's go further. I also do need to like get used to an approach which involves, especially against those heavy hitting targets. First I need to use the First I need to use the Grasping Vine ability, and only after this I'll need to switch to Devouring Swarm, and not vice versa. Equip the Scepter, and I need to head to town to sell some stuff. And the only green items that I do not have is pants and belt, so I can safely turn off the magic filter and then go back to town.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Let's sell the stuff. Accidentally sell the crafting component.
Put it to good use.
And like I said, hopefully leveling with the shaman instead of occultist and his skills will make things not only more safer, but more easier to kill. Because one thing that I was feeling is constantly missing from occultist side of view is his lack of good damage against single targets, against single monsters that are tough to kill or bosses. I'll be putting right now 1 point into Grasping Vines and 2 points into Mastery Bar, because I want to get fast to not only Tangling Vines but also to the Indigo Totem. Alright, let's activate this waypoint. And then save another merchant. I mean, if you ask me right now, what do I think about the occultist or shaman leveling, my opinion would not be objective at all. I mean, the fact that I, first of all, am not used to leveling with them, and secondly, that I had died already 2 times while trying to level this character, is definitely going to say you something, especially since with the deadline leveling I haven't died at all. There were some instances of it, but not in the leveling aspect. So it's either I am doing something wrong or just not get used to how either shaman or occultist is going to level. And I'll definitely going to equip ectoplasm on my items and apply it and reapply it the moment I'll get the better gear on my next visit in town. Alright, let's head straight to the exit from this place. And to yet another waypoint. Well, the white mobs are definitely not presenting any sort of challenge, but the same thing was with the occultist leveling. Once again, I am starting to see how the lack of either a good secondary offensive skill or lack of bigger damage to tougher targets is creating a negative impact on my leveling process. Alright, so let me put 1 point here, 2 point here. How much until Wendigo Totem? 6 points, so that means 3 more levels if I'm going to stick with my skill allocation process. Perhaps with the Vitality casters it's more... how should I put it? A good rule of thumb will be to play with your crowd control, always play with your crowd control skill active on groups of monsters or on elites and bosses. Even on normal difficulty. It's just the fact that like I said, I'm not used to applying crowd control effects on normal difficulty with Vitality casters. I mean, I did the same thing when it comes to crowd control effects such as War Cry Shout with the soldier, but that was already on elite difficulty, not on the first one. So this is why those unfortunate deaths that you might have seen when I had leveled with the Bloody Pox or Seal happened because I was used to like one comfort zone, and then when game tries to put me into another area which I wasn't used to, I immediately feel pressured as well as unprepared for those things that results in a character death. Once again, Shambler does not want to attack me with anything with ranged. Oh, now he does. I was thinking he bugged out again a bit. Elemental damage, physical damage. To be honest, I'm not going to go into the Depraved Sanctuary, because like I said, it takes a lot of time to kill those demons, as well as Salazar Arctonic Blade with this character, and on Elite and on Ultimate difficulty, sure, I'll go there, but on normal difficulty, nope. Even those guys, such as Rubbles, Elites, take a lot of time to kill them. It takes a lot of time to do it. Oh, I accidentally thought it was a chest. It was just a root from a tree. I wonder, will this Entangling Vines increase the range of its effect? Oh, it doesn't. It increases the energy cost. It has the vitality damage, slower enemy attacks, and chance to immobilize targets. Oh, did I forget to talk with this guy? Yep, I did. Sorry, this thing could happen. Especially since I am trying to go as quickly as possible from one point to another. But that's actually an interesting fact. If you are not talking with this guy, that means that blacksmith right there will not appear. To be honest, from all of those three difficulties, that's the one of those things that I do not know that might occur. The fact that if you're not going to talk with this guy, blacksmith right there will not appear.
Move along now.
So let's go to this cave in the center of the map. As soon as I will be able to move. Level 15. Oh, the passage is blocked right now, so I need to find another way in. I'll immediately head to this unrestored shrine. On second thought, I need to destroy those clusters. Because, like I said, the only thing that needs to be collected throughout the whole 3 difficulties when it comes to components are ether shards and clonic seals. You can ignore everything else, but those 2 you should collect as much as possible. Alright, let's finally go to this altar. And then let's head to the exit. Oh, I cannot go to the bottom from this road. I need to choose another one, which is this, from the left corner of the map. Also, you might want to ask why, if I'm playing a Vitality caster, why am I still putting so many points to physique? Well, the thing is that you'll be getting a lot of... If you are worried about spirit, then you'll be getting a lot of it from the mastery points in the occultist tree, as well as in the shaman's tree. You practically, like, as soon as I'll kill this elite, I'll explain to you what I mean. You'll be getting 40 mastery points or pluses from shaman, as well as 50 points from occultist. That's one thing, and this by default will give you a lot of free spirit, cunning, as well as physique. When it comes to the rest of the points in spirit, I believe that judging from the template, you only have to put like 11 points, and the rest of them you should put into physique. So you see, even those guys that are casting stuff from a distance, is still putting most of their points into HP and defense. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit counterintuitive if you are new to this game, especially if you are not planning to quote-unquote combine two classes together. And you're wondering, why are you going to put so many points into one attribute right now, and if you're not going to have it later, what will you do? Especially if you are playing as a caster rather than a melee fighter. But like I said, the thing is that the combination between two classes, as well as leveling up their mastery, or pluses if you are completely new, it's just called mastery, I mean the in-game terminology, will by default give you your liking stats. And this is actually one disadvantage if you are planning to just level with one class instead of two. You're not going to have the same amount of attribute points, like never, when compared to the guy who decides to create a combination of two classes, even if he will not going to put a lot of points into mastery bar. Alright, 2 packs, I need to be careful. Those witch doctors had healed couple of them.
Well, I'll be.
Alright, let's go further. So in case you're wondering, yeah, even if you are a complete beginner, it is still recommended for you to combine several of the classes between each other. Lots of overseers, I need to get rid of them first. That was actually kinda quick. If you are scared that you will be like unfamiliar when it comes to what classes should I combine my character with, or you are worried that you're going to mess up, quote unquote, your combining process, your high combination between those two, I can give you one advice. In general, you should look for a class, and you cannot, like, let's say you have picked up the game and level up to the point when you can select a secondary class. You shouldn't rush. You should see, like, for example, if I were, let's say, in your shoes as a complete beginner, even though like I'm still consider myself a beginner to this game despite playing like for 3 weeks, but that's not the point. If you are a beginner and you are come to the screen when the game offers you an option to select yet another class and you do not know what this class is going to look like, so on and so forth, you can click, like, let's say you pick as a first class shaman and you do not know with whom you want to combine it with. Click on each class and see whether or not you lacking or you want to improve your defense, damage type, resistances, and have some form of resistance reduction attached to your class as a whole. So for example, like let's say soldier. Soldier is by default a good class to combine with any of the character if you are looking for a good defenses overall as well as resistances. A good defense abilities as well as resistances, such as Decorated Soldier, Scars of Battle, and Military Conditioning. This by themselves will give you a lot of free quote-unquote resistances if you just pick up the soldier and level with him. Same goes with the other classes. I mean, just see what types of damage you're doing, like physical, lightning, ether, so on and so forth, and what you want to improve on, like defense or more offense, and go from there. You can check. If you are not worried that soldier fits, you can just, before you put any point into here, you can just click undo the class, and it will bring once again you to the screen. So by clicking and seeing every possible option, it will save you a lot of time. It will save you not only a lot of time, but a lot of thought process. If you are still, even after all of this, not worried what skills you should level up with when it comes to secondary class, and also what skills it is not worth it to touch at all, there are a lot of in-depth guides in the internet that you can use, which includes those templates, as well as a step-by-step guide, how your character will, what you need to level with, how you can improve your leveling process with picking one skill over the other. But you have to research it this time on your own from your perspective to see whether or not you like it, this template or not, because a lot of those templates, to be honest, will show you your end result, like the one that I'm using right now. I'm not using a step-by-step guide. This is why I was continuously explaining, analyzing like some of those skills which I'm not familiar with. I am just using a template, nothing else, not a step-by-step guide with which skill to level with, so on and so forth. So for me, those deaths, like I said, those previous deaths were unfortunate because perhaps I wasn't utilizing the optimal skill, or just got used to one tactic and one comfort zone and immediately was unprepared for the other approach. So feel free to experiment. Nothing wrong will come from it. Just also keep in mind that you cannot go back. I mean, you cannot choose other character, other class that you have picked. You can only respec your points, skill points, attribute points, as well as devotion points later on if you have DLC included. But the classes, yep, they are staying with you they are staying with you constantly. You cannot undo your class changes. Alright, let's complete a couple of more quests. Talk with all of those guys. Put something here.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Have you found good work? There have been warden.
Everything has been accepted. Yep. I forgot to put my ether shards.
Got something good stashed. I'll keep an eye on this.
So far, yeah, like I see the benefits of leveling with the Devouring Swarm, but sooner or later I need to start using this ability as well, because like I said, it feels like, to be honest, like, yeah, I am a beginner. Like I said, template is not a step-by-step guide, so this is why I'm experimenting with some of those skills. And it feels like when I was playing with the Occultist, it feels like leveling either with Bloody Pox or Sigil of Consumption. There was a point where you do not have, you'll are not having enough damage, even on normal, to, how should I put it, to quickly kill tougher opponents. And no, I'm not saying by one-shotting them or just annihilating them. No, I mean quickly killing them. When compared to, like, let's say, Soldier with the Force Wave. So, Soldier with the Force Wave, you always had your general Force Wave, you put points here, and yep, you were good to go up until and including the point where you have picked up the ultimate. And it will carry you throughout the whole first difficulty for the majority of your content. But when it comes to Vitality Caster, like, I feel you need to level yet another damaging ability. Whether you are choosing, like, that's the wrong screen. Whether you are choosing the Shaman to level with, like I am doing right now for a fresh approach, or a Cultist, having just one of them, like Bloody Pox or Sigil, is not going to cut it. So, in my opinion, perhaps I could be wrong, you need to level with those two. But there will be a problem, like I just saying, those two abilities does not give you any form of a crowd control effect. The only crowd control effect from a cultist skill tree I see is from Curse of Frailty, and it only reduces movement speed, nothing else. It's not hard crowd control. In my opinion, hard crowd control effect is either stun or snare or any of the other that leaves monster in place and does not allow it to move towards you. Like freeze also, for example, would be a good thing to mention. Just slowing their movement speed, in my opinion, is not going to cut it. That's first, and like I said, you need second damage ability. Same thing goes with the Shaman time leveling right now. Despite of how good the Devouring Swarm is when it comes to resistance reduction, especially like 60%, that's towards Vitality resistance, that's insane. Most of those monsters starting to get tougher and tougher, and I am feeling, once again, even on normal difficulty first act, that I need to start utilizing yet another damaging ability. So this is why I'm going to pick a Wendigo Totem. Wait a second, Wendigo Totem leaves for heals? Oh, it does damage. So this is why I'm going to pick up Wendigo Totem in combination with Devouring Swarm, and primarily I will use Grasping Vines for crowd control effect. Even though Entangling Vines will give you the ability to snare enemies. With two damaging types abilities, things should be killed a little bit faster, in my opinion. So this is at least my initial assumption when it comes to those leveling process thoughts, as well as what you are liking and what you need to have to, how should I put it, to recompensate it a bit.
Iron well spent.
75% slower oh, only for 2 seconds. 4-second duration. Yeah, but you can spam this, because one skill second recharge, so that means you can do something like this. Oh, so this is how you should do it. Fine. So I was doing it wrong. That's good to know. But I will learn from my mistakes. And having said that, you can spam it. You basically need to, as soon as you'll enter a group of monsters, you do this, proc Devouring Swarm on them, and continue to mix things up with your wines. Perhaps this is the strategy. But then the only problem is your mana. Interesting. Well, nonetheless, so this is going to be it for today's stream. I would like to thank everyone who was watching it, whether you had watched from the beginning or had tuned in recently or from the middle. Nonetheless, I would like to thank you. And as a reminder, you can watch other parts of my playthrough on Twitch video on demand or on YouTube channel. All the links are in the description. Also, if you want to check schedule, you can do this by clicking the newly attached extension to my Twitch channel, which shows the next time either I or my brother is going to stream. Or if you want to check the Grim Dawn tips and tricks videos, which discusses the monster deadliest attacks, as well as what types of resistances you can have at a certain stages of the game, you must have, and what you can neglect. You can also check Grim Dawn tips and tricks video on my channel. Also, one important note that I will be streaming Grim Dawn from this day and continue forward only once. Why? Because I need to take more time to prepare editing videos. Talking about Grim Dawn, of course. So do not worry, I will still be going live with the Grim Dawn's content. I'll just do it only once a day instead of twice, because it takes so long to prepare those edited stuff, and I'm working just by myself when producing this sort of videos. But I will not forget not about guys who has watching content on YouTube or on Twitch. I'll still keep you updated for all of those changes. I am right now working on video called differences on Elite and Ultimate compared to normal, and a lot of stuff will be discussed there. Interesting stuff that you can find applicable, find and apply it to your walkthrough, whether you are a softcore player or hardcore, doesn't matter. Nonetheless, this is my work for future. But with that being said, once again, thank you for watching, and I'll see you all on the next stream. Also, if you like to support me in any way, shape, or form, consider subscribing to my Twitch channel or to my YouTube channel. Sharing videos, because it helps, it motivates me, as well as it shows mutual respect from both sides. And me as a content creator, I feel motivated to create yet more edited videos or stream the game that I like to share my opinion on. With that being said, I'll see you all on the next stream. Take care.